Right. So, hello. How are you doing? Hope that everything has been going well for you. Howdy, howdy. Howdy, 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 howdy. Hey, Void Dweller. Hello, Wanashi Bean. Hello, Nathan. Hey, Fish. Hey, Kendrick. Hey, Mike. Hey, Destiny. Hey, Betty. Howdy, 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 howdy. Hey, Wanashi Bean. Yep, I'm here. Hey, Kermeg. Howdy, partner. Or podner. So, yeah, getting right into it, I suppose. I suppose it's been a really, really busy weekend ever since I left for California. And a bunch of stuff has happened now. Before I get into the stuff that happened on the trip to California to meet my folks, I unfortunately need to address a lot of the other issues that have cropped up in my absence, such as the inauguration and all the other events that have surrounded it, including the most famous one. I mean, we all saw what we saw, right? Hey, Valkyr. But we all saw what we saw, right? What Musk did? That fucking salute? Are you kidding me? It's absolute mayhem right now. It really, truly is absolute mayhem. And I did get news that Trump, I should say, repealed one of the oldest, well, not one of the oldest that we've got, but one of the oldest orders that we had, one of the oldest executive orders that we had under, quote-unquote, trying to make things more inclusive by removing inclusivity laws. You know, products of the civil rights movement that have been in legislature since the 60s, that have been just revoked overnight. Title IX protections, too. Now I have to look up what Title IX is. Yes. Title IX of the Education's Amendments of 1972. Federal civil rights law that protects people from sex-based discrimination. Discrimination based on sex characteristics, pregnancy, sexual orientation, and gender identity. And yeah. Oy vey. Oy vey. But yeah. Yeah. All news sources that I'm seeing is basically Trump is rolling back civil rights. Meaning, yeah, and he has it under the guise of trying to get rid of DEI laws. What the heck is DEI? What the heck is DEI? I'm just gonna look this up really, really quickly. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Why should we not be seeking to include people who don't look like, you know, white men? Why shouldn't we include people who are of different races, genders? You know, just, what the... He just rolled these back. I legitimately can't believe it. Even though I've been warning shit like this is gonna be happening since we got the news he was running again. To people who are basically saying, oh, Project 2025, he's not gonna put that in place, he doesn't have the balls. We're watching it. We're watching it happen live. This is going to be a monumental thing for American history. And not in a good way. This is going to be a period of time that we look back on and we're gonna say, we're incredibly embarrassed about that, actually. If there is a United States after all of this is said and done. Valkyr, I'm really, really sorry. The time for hope. We can hold on to hope, but I don't think that it's going to be changing policy. We'll hold on to it, and we're going to hold on to what protections we do have. Hunker down in the states where we were born and raised, try to get politically active as much as possible, as long as you are safe to do so. Enforce your right to exist. Hello, Genetics here. I'm sure some of these are going to be challenged in the courts, but it's really disheartening. Yes, it is incredibly disheartening. It was as disheartening as it was learning that Kamala Harris had lost. That she had lost, and that he was going to be getting back in. Also, can we just say that Trump has been voted guilty? That a jury of his peers has convicted him on all the counts? Every single count? He's fluffing guilty. And yet he's still a president? How has he not been forcibly removed from office? We have a criminal in office. What an absolute farce of a country. What an absolute farce of a country. What an absolute farce. It feels like a nightmare, but it really is. It really is. And we gotta hold together more now than ever. We should hold fast. We should hold together. Antifa demo tomorrow on German Voting Day. Stay safe. I've heard that they are labeling Antifa as a terrorist organization. I'm gonna have to do some more research to make sure that I am correct about that. Oh yeah, he wants to declare Antifa a terror group, despite the fact that Antifa is vehemently anti-fascist, and, you know, anti-dictatorship, and is, you know, just generally speaking against him. Nathan says again, a single voice can change the world and we must be that voice to be heard. Why be a pebble against the wall when you can be an avalanche? Join together. Join your hands together. With your brothers, your sisters, your siblings. With your mothers, your fathers, your parents. With your sons, your daughters, your children. Your families. People whom you love and trust, join your hands together and say no. We will not perpetuate these cycles of evil. We will not perpetuate these discriminatory procedures. We will not suffer a criminal president in the office. This we will not suffer. Cosmos says, I advise updating your passport gender. It's not cheap, but it's easy. Not to worry anyone, but at least for the next 4 years, you won't be able to. Yep, it's a race against time at this point. Make sure that everything is up to date. And make sure that you're able to get out of the country at the very least. Because the way things are going, I'm really, really nervous about it. Why wouldn't I be nervous about it? It's watching the explosions draw closer and closer. We're seeing them from a couple of miles off, but they're gonna draw closer until they're on top of us. AFD? Thank you so very much, Lucy May Cry. I've been training. When I was in Cali, because we did have to drive through a lot of the soot and the smoke to get to the high desert, like... Phew. There's a lot of soot and smoke in Southern California right now. And yeah, my voice was raspy all throughout the weekend because of it. Huh. I suppose I should talk about my visit with my folks. And let you know how that went. I want to clarify that this is by no means an invitation for harassment. This is not an invitation to try to locate any of my family members to harass them. This is very much a personal issue. One that I should endeavor to handle myself. I just need to vent about it. I just need to blow off some steam. So I went to visit my folks in SoCal. Took the entire 5-hour drive. It was long, really long. And we saw a bunch of sights on the way there and back again. Honest to goodness, the trip itself was great. I enjoyed it, and I'm glad that Akira enjoyed it as well. We stayed the night at my grandparents' place. My father lives there. On and off again. He lives there, you know. And, he was asleep. He wanted to get a nap in before he saw me. So the first people that I saw was, my grandfather and my grandmother. There were a bunch of tears shed. I hadn't seen these people in almost 2 years. We missed each other. It was great. We talked a lot. I told them a bunch of stuff that was happening. I told them about the channel, about how well it was doing. Yeah. Because it was a really, really long drive, and the music feels unfitting. Yeah, I should probably turn it lower. At least for this story time. But yeah, we talked a bunch. I told them about how well the channel was doing, and they seem really, really happy about that. They're happy that I'm doing relatively okay. And they were just really, really glad to see me again, and I was really glad to see them again. Dad showed me a bunch of guitars that he had, and I got to impress him a little bit with a little bit of what I had learned, which isn't, terribly much. And then I made a bit of a mistake. I decided to let Stephanie know. My blood mother, I should say. I let her know that I was in town. And I do consider that a mistake, because of what happened next. After I had let her know that I was in town, I decided to take a nap, because 5-hour drive. And we were both incredibly tired, me and Akira. So I laid down and got, a little bit of sleep. I was woken up 2 hours later to the information that she had arrived. That she had just shown up at my grandparents' place. And I was asleep. So I couldn't say, hey, maybe now's not a good time. Maybe we could reschedule. Because we would have been there the next morning. And I let her know that I was going to probably be there the next morning. No, that wasn't, like, something that she had in mind. She decided to ambush me and Akira. And so, bleary-eyed, unprepared, scared, I tottered out of the back room and sat at the table to talk with my blood mother, face to face, for the first time in almost 2 years. We talked a little bit. I asked, a little bit about how things are going. And they're going a little bit well for them, and I'm glad about that. And then I asked a little bit about my blood siblings, and she told me something that I practically already knew. But it didn't hurt any less, which was the fact that my blood siblings don't want anything to do with me. Which is, it's fair beans. They get to do that. It's their prerogative, it's their right to. So long as they're okay, So long as they are alive and that they're happy. Alive, happy, safe. It's all I want. It's all I should want. I won't lie. What Stephanie... Gods. I should really get out of the habit of saying her first name. It's become a bit of a stickler point for me. It's not something I should be doing. But Blood Mother, the way that she said that, it really, really did hurt. It hurt bunches and bunches. Yeah, I made a bit of a snide mention about her brother, my blood uncle, because he was a monster. And he is effectively living there permanently. He is not moving back to Colorado anytime soon, so he's just effectively living there. Which is one of the things I'm actually worried about concerning my blood siblings, is because I know what a toxic element he is. Or was. I don't think that he's changed all that much. I wouldn't know. But I am a little bit baffled that he is still living there. All things considered, after everything that he's done, after all of his emotional abuse, after all of his physical abuse, that he would still be living there. I mean, after what I say next, you'll understand why she allows this situation. And she said, Blood Mother, that I was majorly disruptive, that I was rude, and that I never lifted a finger to help or never wanted to lift a finger to help out around the house. And that she, quote, refused to be a doormat for me anymore. And I just sort of sat there. I had fizzled out into silence as she said these things. And in my mind, I was like nodding along, and I was saying, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I had effectively reverted back to the person that I was before I had left. Like I had never left in the first place. I felt powerless. Utterly defenseless. And I, honest to goodness, thought that I was in the wrong. And I was terrified that Akira, because Akira was watching this, she was by my side. I was deathly afraid that Akira would look at me differently. That she would know how much sense that my blood mother was making, and then she would effectively abandon me. Which is really stupid when I say it out loud like that. How mistrusting I had become. How insecure I had become. It is a big shame that I had thought that. So we took a break. I went to the back room to have a mini panic attack. That mini panic attack did end up growing a lot after I had left. After I came back home, there was definitely a lot more incidents of me seizing up and panicking, where I was convinced that I was a manipulative, no good ne'er-do-well, essentially. That I had manipulated everyone close to me into being close to me. To the point where, paradoxically, I had to tell Akira over and over and over again to keep a close eye on me, to pay attention to what it is that I'm saying, to what it is that I'm doing. I had to ask if I was legitimately being helpful. Hey, Ty. But anyways. Akira helped calm me down from a little bit of the panic that had started to brew. I didn't say much to my blood mother after that. I had walked back out to the table and I had sat down and I had effectively become nonverbal. I was not talking. I was just nodding along to whatever was being said and tried to stay calm and stay respectful. Which I'm sad to say was getting to be a bit of a chore by that point because I had wanted to freak out. I wanted to cry. And yet I didn't. I'm proud to say that I kept at least a bit strong. And then, before long, Blood Mother decided it was time to go. And she opened her arms and said, "Hug?" Believe it or not, the only thought going through my head at that particular moment was, "Don't you fucking dare touch me." And I don't know why I kept repeating those thoughts over and over and over again in my head. Repeating like some kind of repeating track. Just, I didn't want her to fucking touch me. And I certainly wasn't going to let her fucking hug me. Telling me that I was the main disruption. That I was the one that effectively ruined my own life. That all of my decisions effectively were negative ones that had led to negative outcomes, and that she was aggrieved with them. And she expected a hug from me after all of that. The freaking audacity. But I did offer her a handshake. That I did offer. And I offered it willingly because I didn't want there to be like a big stink over me just not giving any sort of affection back. So I offered her a handshake, and away she went, telling me nothing new about what it was that happened between us, offering no acknowledgments, offering sheer deflections, information about current events that I had practically already knew from the actions of my siblings that had already told me as much. They had told me through their actions what they expected, what they wanted from me. And Stephanie told me nothing new. And she left. I wanted desperately to call her her first name to her face, to not even give her the title of mother. Because at that point, she was a person that had effectively hurt me. A bunch. And it didn't feel like a sort of relationship that two equals would have. It certainly didn't feel like a mother-child relationship. It felt like I was some sort of inferior. She did tell me that she was perfectly willing to have a relationship on my own terms, and that was like really, really fluffing weird. Because I don't know what my own terms are, and by this point I don't even know if I want to talk with her anymore. After all of this. And so she left. She left. I gotta move on to the next part of what happened. Me and grandmother talked. And I want to clarify and say that I believe that my grandmother's position is that she does care for my blood mother, but also acknowledges that she is not the healthiest. She's not the healthiest gander in the goose pen. And that she could already hear alarm bells going from the moment that Blood Mother had pulled us out of public schools. Denied us the forms of education that were going to be there because, you know, she couldn't be bothered to put in that effort. And I will clarify and say that Stephanie didn't have it that easy. and that she got very, very little help when we were kids. But I doubt that pulling us out of public school was a good move. Considering that my only other formal education from that moment on was when I got enrolled at college. You can see there's a bit of a gap there. And, Grandma had effectively told me that when my blood siblings were over at her place, because they do come and visit, that they didn't seem to want to hang out that much. And the information that Grandma did get from them. Apparently my older sibling is going to be going back to school. Going to college. Because apparently Bloodmother had said, and I quote, that she needs to be smarter before she gets her first job. And by the time that my grandma had told me this piece of information, a bunch of other pieces began to fall into place. The way that she had filled me with terror when I was looking for my very first job in Cali. I was not even thinking about leaving by that point, just looking for a job. And she had filled me with a sense of terror. The overworking. The giving us so much on our shoulders at any given moment so that we were too busy around the house to ever even consider looking for a new job. We were essentially like every single project that she had ever started. Because if you look at Stephanie's actions, you see a bit of a pattern. She will start a project. She will do that project for a little bit. And then she'll get bored of it and she'll move on to something else. And she'll have a great renewed sense of interest for this other thing, and then she'll put it down and wander off again. That was us. She had picked us up as if we were a project. And when we were difficult or when we didn't conform to what sort of image she held, she put us down again and didn't pick us back up again. In a sense, we were her tools, her muscle, her cheerleaders. And I kind of broke when I put all of those pieces together. Because at that moment, I kind of realized that I was a discarded tool in a sense. I had done something that a tool should not have. I fled the toolbox. And being that, I was no longer allowed to return to said toolbox. So, a relationship on my terms, well, I don't think that I could again. At that point, it's no surprise that I jumped on the very first offering to get away from California. to get out from living from under that roof. And also, it makes a lot more sense why she kept her brother around. Because he was destructive. Because he was her enforcer. Because he was her muscle. To strike fear in our hearts so that she could play good cop. Without ever doing what was truly necessary to get him to permanently stop inflicting harm. And Akira did note it was mostly about how things had affected her. It was mostly about how I was a disruptance, how I had caused the misery. And it was about how we did things wrong. And in the discussion, it was such a childish thing of me to notice, but she never quite said that she missed me. I don't remember if she ever did. Now, Akira might remember it better than I do. So she might have. She might have said that. But my brain had fixated and picked up on the fact that she had never said that. And all the little things. Every single part of the little things. We ate dinner. We enjoyed it. After Stephanie had left, things had slowly calmed down a little, and maybe it was because I was in a little bit of shock in the moment, but I didn't quite feel hurt, or as hurt, when she left. Things went relatively back to normal. I had calmed down, and we ate dinner, and it was fun. We had enchiladas, I believe, and they were really, really tasty. We got offered mint chip ice cream. We couldn't eat another bite. We were too full, so we declined ice cream for the first time. And after that, we said our goodnight, woke up early, and I said goodbye to Dad, and that I would pester him, which I've been doing. He's about as distraught about this presidency as I am, so apple didn't really quite fall from the tree there. And we actually got some oranges that our grandpa had grown. And that was that. I played Navigator and DJ all the way home. Well, some of the way home. The second that we crossed into Arizona again, Akira took over and I fell asleep on the way home. It was when we walked through the door that the weight of it all kind of crashed down on me, and I had to sleep. I still have a bunch of problems processing what had happened. Lucy may cry. Yeah. It's like I was some sort of device trying to reconnect to a parent device, but the signals had gotten twisted. Oh, genetic serum. I'm so sorry. Remember to take some time, okay? Drink some water. Hydrate. We're here for you. And so, yeah. I'll say again, this is my problem. This is a very personal issue, which I am airing my grievances out on the internet. It is something that I, and I alone, will handle. And I will be turning to close friends. I'll be turning to Akira a lot. Under no circumstances should people try to contact Stephanie for any reason. Not for revenge, certainly. As far as I'm concerned, the best revenge is for me to continue living my life. As Yuna once said from Final Fantasy X, I will live my own life. Thank you, Void Dweller. It really does mean a lot to me. The support really is appreciated. I really do appreciate it. It definitely does stem a lot of my insecurities. I want to cultivate a healthier sense of self-doubt. Because I am most certainly not infallible. I'm capable of doing wrong. And I want to know when I am doing wrong, as opposed to considering all of the harmful ramifications of every single action I ever do, even if it's eating ice cream that I personally bought. Because yes, I have actually had those, sorts of... What's the words I'm looking for here? I had this sort of thing in my head where I was trying to think of every single horrible action that could arise from me eating a simple tub of ice cream. Screaming and swearing at the threat as needed. That's relatable. That's hashtag relatable. Excuse me. Also, drywall punching? I can't be punching any drywall. I live in an apartment. That'll get me in trouble. Thank you so very much, Lucy May Cry. We really do appreciate it. Void says a punching is good stress. A punching bag is good stress relief. Yeah, I was about to say, what are we punching? I don't punch anyone. Definitely not. Punch your local Nazi. That's some good stress relief. Punch your local Nazi. A punching hag. Oh my gosh. Now Stephanie is not a Nazi. She is far from being a Nazi. As a matter of fact, politically, I think me and my blood mother are aligned. I think that we both disdain Trump. I can punch a pillow. If I tried to punch one of my stuffed animals, I would instantly start crying because I love my stuffed animals. And most of them are stuffed foxes. Because, yes. Hey, random internet surfer. It's good to see you. Yeah, we're having a bit of a rough week. We've got a Nazi in office. And I'm not even talking about Trump this time, although I do think he is one too. Bear says, get the motorcycles and chains to reenact the last ride of Hector, your local Nazi. Void Dweller says, I have a lot of swords. I practice swinging to wind down sometimes. Ooh, look up rapiers. And I'm not just talking about the dulled ones, too. Just so long as you remember that, you know, duels really did end up killing people in the times before guns. Especially seeing as back then you couldn't, you know, clean wounds efficiently, and people more often than not died from the infection. Bear says, to those who don't get it, drag them around the city behind the vehicle. Ah yes, as if they were, you know, cans. Personally, I would like to purchase a firearm and learn to use it. Yeah. I wish to be more accurate. I wish to respect that weapon more. Yep, yep, Winter. Before embarking on a journey of revenge, dig 2 graves. What a stupid fucking quote. Plan on killing more than 2 people. That, for legal purposes, that was a joke. That was a meme. That was a meme. That was a fluffing meme. If you murder a murderer, the amount of murderers remains the same. Killed 2. I, like, killed 100 people already. Oh my gosh. He's right! A little bit of Monsoon / Raiden. I'm an advocate of research. You should do your fluffing research. You know, you definitely require a lot of health care after, you know, some sustained injuries. Like, if someone were to fall on 3 bullets, and it would be, incredibly weird if the 3 casings for those bullets that, you know, that guy fell on just so happened to say, deny, defend, depose. Yeah, it'd be real fluffing weird. It'd be really fluffing weird if you read the book associated with those words. And, I'm just gonna say, you should probably, do some more research as to the heads of, other, of the top earning healthcare companies whose entire MO is to deny healthcare to people who really need it. You know, and just keeping a closer eye on United Health in these trying times, you know, keeping a closer eye on their leadership, particularly analyzing where they might like to go for lunch, you know, just in case, you know, just in case they need a friendly ear to listen to some really tough issues. Yeah, yeah. It'd be interesting. You know, just in case, just in case. Also, uh, I do believe that Matt Walsh's address is on file somewhere. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is. I don't think that you should look up where Matt Walsh lives or Michael Knowles. I totally don't think you should do that. I totally don't think that you should research who is causing harm in your area. You know, people with ties to right-wing groups who, you know, want to hurt or injure people and might end up becoming a part of a new Nazi class. No, I don't think you should do that. Don't think you should do that. No. Merry Christmas. Void Dweller says revenge is interesting to break down. Lucy May Cry says, have you heard the song Invisible? But totally stuck on my head on loop. Beer says totally not as conspiring. Whoa, look at you with the brains. Yeah, it's totally not as conspiring. Obviously not. Obviously not. Oh, Void Dweller. Yeah. Huntsman spiders? Shall we send them huntsman spiders? The original clock spider. Yeah, let's just, show them Atticus, the spider. Deliver unto them coconut crabs. We're reenacting the 7 plagues of Egypt in this bitch. Oh no, not that. Yeah, it's just a stream of me, Cutiefox ASMR. Yeah, we're totally not part of like a resistance group or whatnot against Nazis and other totalitarian regimes. No, no, no. That's not our MO. We're just a stream. I'm just a cartoon fox on the internet. Revolutionary hypno ASMR. Beer says with notably less child murder. Void Dweller says, ahem. Not like I'd bring lethal spiders, just some, interesting ones. Spiders. Granted, I am arachnophobic, and this is a legitimate thing. I am arachnophobic. I am really terrified of spiders. But I'm most likely to avoid them rather than hurt them back, so... Go bananas. Let's misbehave. Seriously. If the regime expects us to just obey them without question, let's misbehave. Lucy says, ooh, you want to write DDD on bullets. Ooh, you want to Google relevant information. Ooh. No, I totally don't think that you should be looking up the information of all of these top earning healthcare executives, those who are heads of healthcare insurance. Oh, I don't think you should look at their names at all, or how much they make per year off of essentially killing hundreds, if not thousands, of people each year, if not millions. No, I totally don't think you should be looking up wealthy pastors who bilk little old ladies out of their retirement funds. No, I don't think you should be doing that at all. I don't think you should be going after people like Pat Robertson, which I think has already bit the dust already. No, I don't think you should go after people like him at all. I don't think you should go after people like Ron DeSantis. I don't think you should be going after him at all. I mean, granted, I do think he stinks, and I do think that it would be best for the environment. But I totally don't think you should be looking up that relevant information at this time. And I totally wouldn't look up information about how to conceal your identity, especially when you're on the interwebs. Totally don't recommend researching what sorts of groups are organizing peaceful protests. No, don't. Yeah, I don't recommend that at all. I know places to hide for fun. Yeah, for hide and seek. Oh my god, Bira, really? When Ashy Bean says if he gets disposed, it would properly be considered littering and harming the environment. Yeah, so long as he's buried in a lead-lined casket, it should be fine. But seriously, though. Some malfeasance, maybe. Maybe spray painting some symbols. You know, let's get some organization going here. Give us liberty, or I don't know. Show us your true colors as a Nazi pig. Give us liberty, or give us death. Seriously, though, why did we bring Nazis back? Why did we bring Nazis back? We were perfectly fine without them. They never left, yeah. This is... When Ashy Bean says, this is what happens when you miss Sunday church, I guess. This is what my life has become. Oh no, so sad. And good against communism? First you seek the billionaires, then you hide after you find them? Yep. That's how this hide and seek game goes. But you gotta be darn sure of who you're finding. You gotta be darn sure about that. Because at the end of this hide and seek game, you don't want to be, finding someone who's already been found, or you don't want to be finding someone who isn't part of the game. Just gotta be careful. playing hide and seek like that. This is fun. Planning the world's largest game of hide and seek. Void says, we must politely share our thoughts and feelings. With a lot of props and stunts. Yeah. Also, I'm thinking like a trans flag. No, just multiples of those. Just thinking about those. Just reminding people that we're not going anywhere. That, even if they succeed in diminishing our, our current friend population, that we will always be here. There will always be people who do not feel comfortable with their socially assigned gender. There will always be people who do not conform to the false binary. There will always be people who want to be a woman or a man or neither or both or everything under the sun. There will always be people like us around. They're not going to be getting rid of us forever. This too shall pass. Dictatorships die. We will prevail. We are the endless tide against the mountain. It's not just the decrepit mind of an orange. It's the decrepit minds of people like him. He didn't get there by himself. People actually legitimately voted him in. But why? Why would they do that? Why would they forsake their wives, their daughters, their mothers? Why would they forsake people who are different than them? Why would they forsake the value of human life? Why would they make eggs more expensive when they said that they wanted them cheaper? Trans flag spear sounds nice. That does sound nice. As like a cool weapon design. Bear says on the plus side, anyone seeking trans aid, if you get it in Minnesota, you can get our state to sue yours or the feds on your behalf, because they are breaking our state laws. Detective Soupy says, armed rebellion dressed in trans flag capes. We should bring back capes, because capes are cool. Capes are cool design choices. But mostly I believe that if you're going into an active combat scenario, you should at least have, Kevlar, stuff to protect your body, eye protection in case mace is used. I think that gas masks should be worn in case they try to use nerve gas of some kind. I believe that every and all protections should be made, not just to protect yourself, but your identity in case they snap photos of you and try to trace you after the protest is finished. I mean, I think that ghillie suits look great. They may look like trash on the surface, especially if you're planning on making a ghillie suit for an urban environment. I just think that they are cool. They're camouflage. Oh, I've not made a GoFundMe for my move. I should ask, I should really do a conference with big sister regarding this before I do something like that, because the second I try to do this, there is no going back. And I want to make sure that everything's airtight. It's a heck of a thing. 'Tis a weird, wondrous life that we live. And things were getting better for a little bit, but... well... once more into the fray, my companions. Once more, the fight for our lives again. Such a wretched shame. Anyways. In the meantime, let's enjoy ourselves. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's pull up a chair. Drink around the, fire. Let us be with one another. Let us be friends with one another. Because today is a day of peace. Even as we go into the eternal struggle. Tonight, at the very least, let us sing songs, enjoy tasty food, the stinging taste of wine on our palate, and the embrace of warm arms. Vera says, I shall be a loud screaming friend that gives powerful hugs. Also had a weird thing happen on my way into work. The turkeys are back again. It's January. Why are they back so soon? Nice, Lucy. Now I'm thinking about Conan the Barbarian's take on gods. For some silly reason, I started thinking about that. When asked if he fears the gods, Conan responds with, I would not tread on their shadow. Some gods are strong to harm, others to aid, at least so say their priests. Mitra of the Hyborians must be a strong god, because his people have builded their cities over the world. But even Hyborians fear Set, and Bel, god of thieves, is a good god. When I was a thief in Zamora, I learned of him. Yeah, Burial Goods had a video that was essentially an excerpt from that book. And honest to goodness, if Burial Goods narrated a book, I think that I would listen to that audiobook. What do you think? Do you think that I could perhaps narrate a book to any sort of great efficiency? Cosmo says, still hoping for Witch Hat Part 2 one day. I love that story so much. I don't have any plans currently for a second part to the Witch Hat series. I hope to one day, but right now, I'm not sure about it. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate it. Their chief is Kron. He dwells on a great mountain. What used to call on him? Little he cares if men live or die. Better to be silent than to call his attention to you. He will send you dooms, not fortune. He is grim and loveless, but at birth he breathes power to strive and slay into a man's soul. What else shall men ask of the gods? Valkyr says you have a very calming voice. Would be good depending on the setting of the story, but you also have great vocal range, so could do a lot more. Thank you so very much, Valkyr. This quote here, I think about it a bit. I may not exactly agree with Conan the Barbarian, but he has a way with words. I know not, nor do I care. Let me live deep while I live. Let me know the rich juices of red meat and stinging wine on my palate. The hot embrace of arms, the mad exultation of battle when the blue blades flame and crimson and I am content. Let teachers and priests and philosophers brood over questions of reality and illusion. I know this, if life is illusion, then I am no less an illusion, and being thus, the illusion is real to me. I live, I burn with life, I love, I slay, and am content. Hey, Conrail. Huggles. Gareth has made a setting for a TTRPG where the gods are made by a shared belief in something. They have many names until their worship solidifies enough to give them a life. Then they bless their followers to reinforce their own existence. In this regard, Bira, does this mean that gods are parasitic in some nature? They parasitize human belief. And, being thus that humanity sustains their own existence, offers a symbiotic relationship in turn, where, in exchange for their continued existence, The gods offer power. Then what should it be then, if a god offers curses? Valkyr says very interesting personality he has. A quote attributed to Conan the Barbarian is, what good is a blade against sorcery? And now I'm thinking about a quote from Josef Lichten, one that I've often used with Akira, which was, fight the sword at your throat, not the sword in the sheath. If not having a fleet later makes me... It's like, if the lack of a fleet later makes me miss it, then I will gladly take that. But for the moment, it is not useful. Valkyr says, interesting concept reminds me of the primals slightly in Final Fantasy XIV. They will grant protection and strength, but at cost to the people and the land. As for me, I have learned of a great many gods in my time on this planet. I have heard of the god Yahweh, who also goes by El, Abba, Allah, and Jehovah. I have heard of the gods of Sumerian. I have heard of the gods of Egypt and of the Greeks and the Romans. I have heard parts of Chinese mythos, and I have also learned of spirits and of the kami of Japan. I have learned of the serpent goddess Nunqua, I believe, who had to patch up the sky after a warrior threw his spear and caused the world to flood. Of course, I might have mispronounced the name of that particular deity, in which case I do apologize. My point being that over the course of these 24, almost 25 years of life, I have heard tales of these deities, and not once have I seen their hands pressed upon the world. I have not seen miracles, nor curses. I have not seen anything that has defied the laws of nature. Truly, the things that I see, I don't often have an explanation for, but the things that I don't have an explanation for don't automatically gain one through supernatural or divine means. I may not know everything about everything. I may not know everything about anything. And what I do not know accurately on all points, nor does my current understanding bear no flaw. There's always something new to learn, and there is always something with which to sharpen my mind on, dull as it may be in a great many moments. If there is a semblance of the divine, I do not know it. And even if there was one, I do not wish to partake of it. If someone had offered me a deity's powers, though, perhaps I would take it, because I have not known another's equal. Ergo, I would most like try to make of this world a paradise. One that has never been seen on the surface of this world before. If I was given total, supreme power, I would not limit human existence to the surface of this one rock. Instead, I would reorder its fabric, thus that humans can live and spread and be happy across an infinite landscape. Rich and bountiful, where people have no need to grow weak or dead. Where, if people so choose, they can choose to end existence and thus be consigned to oblivion, rather than any afterlives. For I believe that it is the right of humanity to have life, and I believe that they should have a comfortable, happy life. And so long as they are of no harm to themselves or to another. Does this make sense? I know theological discussions isn't something that I do very often. I think that it is a deity that is possible amongst most moral, upstanding people. Only the most insane of us would ever orchestrate a reality quite like the one that we live in today. The universe that I see around me does not bear the prints of divine making, and thus, without any interference from the divine, I do not see a need to believe in the divine. Heretical as an opinion that may be. In a lot of ways, I am an epistivist, a person who believes that faith is inherently a dishonest position. And by that, I will clarify and say that I do not believe in things which we cannot verify to any certain degree. And thus I use Occam's and Hitchens' razor. Occam's razor saying that if I hear hooves, to think of horses, not zebras. The simplest solution is often the correct one. And the Hitchens' razor, which is anything that is presented without evidence, is like positive claims require positive evidence, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and anything presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Christopher Hitchens is a more talented thinker than I will ever be. And I think that he was removed from us far too quickly. Far too soon. Can you imagine that? Well, time to make a sapphic cult with a fox goddess. Can you imagine if somehow I were to become a deity? That someone who is very clearly an epistivist atheist becomes a god in her own right? That would be quite ironic. Void says, it always interests me to think of a tangible gift or power from a quote-unquote god. It is truly an alien thing, which I feel is lacking in Tales because the gifts usually feel too normal, if that makes sense. Bear says, which razor was basically shit happens. I will say, as a further clarifying to my position, I have absolutely no problem with anyone who does have faith in any particular religion. I believe that this is a place that is open to all people, so long as the people involved do not seek to harm themselves or others. My problem is when faith becomes fundamentalist faith, where that faith makes that any challenge to their faith, that any challenge to the holy texts becomes grounds for that harm. And you see this a lot with particularly the Abrahamic religions, where the gods of the holy texts declare apostates and people who believe in other faiths to die, essentially, that they should be put to death. And this is something that is in the foundational texts, so that's not exactly something that I can skate around. If you are a fundamentalist faith holder, and you are proselytizing, and you are trying to make converts, I think that people should know what they are being sold. And if you truly believe that apostates and people who of no faith or of a different faith should be put to death, I think we should be honest about that and denounce it for what it really is, evil. It is an evil mindset that demands death for not believing, respecting, or worshipping a person of a holy book. Bracing says, "Hi, I just got here, and I agree about faith stuff, and I'm glad I'm not one of those people." Believe it or not, the Bible, especially the Christian Bible, advocates for abortion. I find that hilarious. I find that absolutely fluffing hilarious that the very Bible that a lot of Christian nationalists thump on their pedestals and whatnot, advocates for abortion. Seriously. Let me find the exact passage for you. Trying to find it. Trying to find the precise verse. My gosh, this is a mess to try to untangle because you got a bunch of far-right Christian sites trying to obfuscate. Because, of course, it's the topic of abortion. You're going to have a bunch of far-right religious extremists constantly screaming about it, being wrong. Ah, yes. Here we go. The Book of Numbers, I believe. Numbers 5:20. But if you have gone astray while married to your husband, and you have made yourself impure by having sexual relations with a man other than your husband, here the priest is to put the woman under this curse. May the Lord cause you to become a curse among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. May this water that brings a curse enters your body so that your abdomen swells or your womb miscarries. Then the woman is to say, Amen, so be it. The priest is to write these curses on a scroll and then wash them off into the bitter water. He shall make the woman drink the bitter water that brings a curse, and this water that brings a curse and causes bitter suffering will enter her. The priest is to take from her hands the grain offering for jealousy, wave it before the Lord, and bring it to the altar. The priest is then to take a handful of the grain offering as a memorial offering and burn it on the altar. After that, he is to have the woman drink the water. If she has made herself impure and been unfaithful to her husband, this will be the result. When she is made to drink the water that brings a curse and causes bitter suffering, it will enter her abdomen will swell, and her womb will miscarry, and she will become a curse. If, however, the woman has not made herself impure but is clean, she will be cleared of guilt and will be able to have children. So what does this verse say? These verses say that if the woman has been unfaithful, the way to fail this test is that the womb will swell and the uterine lining will discharge to cause a miscarriage intentionally. What do we call a miscarriage that is performed intentionally? That is an abortion. And this is to be carried out. If a husband believes his wife to have cheated on him, because that is what really matters in the ancient world. So yeah, you can look and say, hey, read from Numbers 5:20. And fundamentalist Christians, especially those on the far right who say that abortion is indeed murder, they will argue the point, failing to recognize that the only way to fail this test is for it to cause a miscarriage. Ergo, it is an intentional abortion advocated for in the Bible. This is part of the proceedings. This isn't a demonized thing. This is saying, hey, if this abortion takes, you are sexually impure. That is the way to fail this test. In other translations of Numbers 5:20 to 28, it will say that her womb will discharge, as opposed to the literal translation that I had just read you. It's bloody well fascinating, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's bloody well fascinating. These Bible thumpers don't know their own Bibles. They just know a few set passages that confirms what they already believe. And in a lot of ways, the original texts have been altered. They have been intentionally altered. Can you ever think of that? The holy word of a deity can be altered noticeably without a bunch of people immediately screeching about it. Seriously. Seriously. That qualifies as abortion abuse? Oh, I just think that qualifies as abuse. I don't think there's any need to tag any other words onto it. It is abuse, pure and simple. Oh yeah, and that's failing to mention what happens after the woman takes the potion. She's just not going to be punished any more than she has been. There's no recourse after her. If she were to drink the potion, nothing happens. And then it's like there's no repercussion for the husband. No. She's just not gonna be punished any more than she's been already. What a schmuck. What a schmuck. Oh yeah, and in the Bible it also advocates that if you see some young, pretty woman walking on the street and she doesn't want you, basically, in the Bible, I'm trying to remember exactly what passage there was, so bear this with a grain of salt. If you want her, you can have her even if she doesn't want you. Because, yeah, the way that the Bible treats women is wrong. It treats women as property. As a matter of fact, if you damage the lady, it's considering damaging her father's property. And thus, if you get caught, you have to pay a fine. Seriously. Seriously. And who's saying that this is a moral book? Yeah, it advocates killing disobedient kids. The logistics of selling your wife and kids into slavery and other psychotic stuff. It also tells you how you may beat your slaves. That you may not beat them to death, otherwise you may incur a fine. But you can beat them to just before that point. Aron Ra has entire lists. As a matter of fact, Aron Ra, whom I will totally recommend and will link his channel in the description of this stream. Aron Ra is an epistivist activist whom I have been watching for more than 10 years by this point, and he knows more about this subject than I ever could. And I believe firmly that if you watch his content, you will be better educated. And, indeed, better educated than I would be. In his own words, he actually has forgotten more about evolution than a lot of creationists would ever know. And to start with, I think you should look up the playlist, The Foundational Falsehoods of Creationism, because he goes into some serious depth here. I can't remember all of them. I should watch it again. I should read his book. Oh, good night, Valkyr. Bracing says, well, good thing those ancient days are over, sort of. And yet we got people in the modern day trying to espouse these as virtues. Seriously, if you look at the parallels between religiosity and child abuse, as well as abuse in general, you will see a lot of shit. Void Dweller says Corinthians has an awful one. 1 Corinthians 14:34-35. Hated this one especially with most of my family being women. Do I dare? Do I dare? Here we go. I'm looking it up. Ah, yes. The New International Version says in Corinthians 14:34, women should remain silent in the churches. They are not allowed to speak, but must be in submission, as the law says. If they want to inquire about something, they should ask their own husbands at home, for it is disgraceful for a woman to speak in the church. moral book? Really? It is evil. And it fills my heart with a sense of disdain when people try to excuse it. And yet, I'm the inconsiderate fuck for bringing it up. Hey, Wolfie. But yeah, the Bible condones animal cruelty, incest, slavery, abuse of slaves, spousal abuse, child molestation, abortion, pillage, murder, cannibalism, genocide, and prejudice against race, nationality, religion, sex, and sexual orientation. And that is verbatim. That is verbatim with the specific chapters in the background from where in the Bible these are promoted in Aronra's second video on the foundational falsehood of creationism, a video I think you should watch. And if you are still further curious, that you should look up the associated passages. Bear says it only makes me cackle louder when the Satanic Temple steps up to both sides them when they get laws passed. Wolfie says, man, the Bible is pretty amoral. Wonder what all the hullabaloo is. Well, because evil people use evil books, like the Bible, to justify doing evil shit. And it's no wonder that, you know, upstanding people want to take further looks at this and say, no, that's not moral. It's not good. Seriously, when I was reading the Bible, I tried to read the Bible. I could barely get through Genesis. And it was mostly just because the thing was just god-awful to read. And after a while, it was mostly just people begetting, whatever that is. Yeah. Yeah, Vera. Wolfie says, well, when your moral compass is a roulette wheel, anything can be justified with the right page number. Yes, Void Dweller, it really truly is. But yeah, Aron Ra is not only known for the foundational falsehoods of creationism, he is also an activist who specializes in education, where they focus on evolution. The man knows his shit. And believe it or not, he's actually one of the people that got me into researching evolution. What it is, how it works, and just generally a lot of the principles behind the thing. Granted, I still need to know more. There's a whole lot more that I need to know, that I am ignorant of, that I need to correct. Especially considering that there's a bunch of assumptions that I may hold that I need to fix. Oh yeah, one of the things that really truly bothered me as a teen and still bothers me now is when people say, well, it's just a theory, it's not really true. Do you know that there's a theory of gravity? Would you say that it is not a fact? A fact of gravity is things tend to fall down when you let them go from a certain distance. And when you zoom out, you notice that things tend to fall towards things of greater mass. Why it does that? Well, that's the theory. Yeah, theory. When people denigrate what a theory is the practice of researching the information that you're given. For example, a fact of evolution is that you notice in your common ancestry, ergo your close relatives, you share similar features. And if you go back in your evolutionary line, so to speak, if you look at your parents, your grandparents, you notice that they have similar features, although they also might have similar changes um, here and there. And if you go further and further back, you might notice that the changes that are there might also resemble your cousins in some aspect. Bear says the theory is why and has yet to be proven because it's not easily measurable or replicatable. The thing is that evolution as a field has been demonstrated both in the wild and naturally controlled, places in the field. As a matter of fact, they've had to classify several kinds of repeating kinds of evolution because it happens a lot. Wolfie says not everything needs to be a postulate for there to be solid backing for a theory to be true, or at least largely consistent. Bracing says life is a total mystery. That's the fun of it. That's the fun of it. Life is a total mystery. Now let's go and figure something out. Seriously. So, I guess you could say, the fact is... Well, the fact of the matter is that a certain religious tome says X, Y, and Z, while the populace believes a different set of information. Now, I guess the theory could be, why is it that that's the case? Why is it that there is such a gap between the information written on a page as opposed to the corresponding beliefs in all of the fundamentalist Christians who are supposed to have read the darn thing? You could perhaps make some sort of experiment regarding this. Perhaps there is a reason why the information has drifted. Is it because there's a part of this that is becoming an oral tradition once more, where the facts are drifting as no one cracks open the book to actually read it, and thus the information drifts until people won't actually believe what it says because they never cracked it open? That could be a hypothesis. Racing says that's why people keep saying read a book. Hello. Oh, excuse me. Wolfie says life is an escape room, and we have a pretty generous time limit. Bear says, my favorite way to explain evolution actually involves the Habsburgs, a family so inbred you can see the changes each generation. Yes, it is actually even a joke that Bill Wirtz got in on when he says the Habsburgs have been marrying into so many royal families that they might have to start marrying each other. When your family tree looks more like a wreath than a tree, you might have some problems. The family tree is a fluff and stick. Oh, God. Oh, God. One of the funniest things that has come out of researching the human genetic line is coming to the conclusion that not only are humans apes, we are also a subsect of old world monkeys. You can't outgrow your ancestry. Hey, Spyro. Hey, CT Mackin. High fives all round. High five. Bracing says no, but you could be better than them, lol. Uh, forgive me, what does that mean, Bracing Star? The no, but you could be better than them, lol. Just to clarify. Ah, well done, Spyro. Got a driver's license. There's no way for this to turn out badly. We love humor. I'm saying change your own fate, or at least change the world for the better. Yeah. Pierre says, get you a high five that burns after impact, the kind that people in the other room can hear through headphones. Yeah. Wolfie says, gotta get back to work for now, so I'll see y'all later. You better hydrate, chat. Bye for now. Alright, stay safe, Wolfie. Well, it means laugh out loud. What are you... I'm not that old, Racing Star. Sparrow says, are hamsters fluffy? And if so, does the war hamster qualify as a cute fluffy muffin? Oh, don't worry, Bracing Star. I have a terrible sense of humor, too. You've got nothing to fear. We're all mad here. We're all the same in this mad world. Bear says, want to hear a fun fact? The second oldest MMO to exist was made by and for furries, and it was only beaten out of the first place spot by 4 months. Huh. Fascinating. Oh, thank you so very much, Bracing Star. Been practicing my accents for a long time now. One of the time using, well, I originally used it for Erudith. You know. Little bit of a Scottish girl. All she wanted was to see you become Elden Lord and had to sacrifice herself. I really wish that I could see you on your throne. But unfortunately, I guess not. Void Dweller says, oh, the painful memories are flooding back. What painful memories? Oh, excuse me. Bracing says, wish I could play D&D and Game of Thrones or whatever medieval type of games. Oh, believe it or not, I actually got a set of dice. My dad bought me a set of dice when we were at the mall a couple of days ago. And I still have them, and they're purple, and they're great. Play Warhammer 40k? No, I don't have the money for that. I don't. I can't. I can't play Warhammer 40k. And besides that, the grim darkness of the far future, no, I kind of prefer my psyche, shattered as it is, to not be shattered more. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kinda dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop 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 coming. Yeah, 'cause they don't stop coming and 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 they don't stop coming. Man, they covered a lot. Yeah, 'cause them's the years. Them's the years. So yeah, that's basically just my MO for stuff, is basically just I talk about stuff that interests me, whether it be, you know, the stuff that happened to me recently, or the stuff that is happening in the world, or just my own niche fascinations with evolution as well as logic and reason. Honest to goodness, could be a lot better. I could be a lot better than I am now. Need to be doing that. need to be doing better. And I'm still being a bit of a silly bean. Void Dweller says, you'll get there. It's a process. Bum ba da dum ba da da dum ba da da ba da dum ba da da ba bum bum bum. Da 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 ya da 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 da. The world's greatest actor doesn't need a sage, 'cause they're so good at their craft that nobody knows they're fake. The fools had no clue, the one they knew was just a fraud. The master of pretending to be something that they're not. But as the years go by, the actor starts to change. As day by day they live their life like all the world's a stage. Their true self mutilated by their permanent new mask. But by the time they realize it, it's too late to turn back. The world's greatest actor despises their new form. Through their practice, saccharine smells, they got much more than they bargained for. But as they turn back to their unsuspecting crowd, they thank them for their patronage and take their final bow. Nice, Spira. Well done. Bear says, help. Void says, no, take on more serious Apira. That's not help. Void Dweller. Star Wars fan. Void says I'm simply of the void. Good and evil are loose concepts. So I guess you could say you're of the Force. So how about I play a little bit of Elden Ring? Just as a heads up, the world that I'm currently playing on. Yeah, I defeated Radabeast already. I didn't beat the game, technically. I mean, beat the game technically, but I also didn't get any of the endings yet, which means we're still on this world for a little longer. Because, yeah. Because, yes. Ba, 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 ba. Yep, we're still playing Christine the Bard. Oh yeah, I got 2 of these. That took me a while to farm them. Did you know that these are a 1% drop? I had no idea. And yet... they just go whack, whack. And they're so cool. Also, I think that it's time that we got cool dragon eyes. Yep, I have 2. I spent the time to do that. Why? I think that we might be a little bit crazy. Right, I believe that gives us... oh yeah, that gives us the dragon eyes. See that? Yeah, we got dragon eyes now! Also, I found this. It's the harp bow. tell me that doesn't look bard-like. Seriously? And it makes twanging sounds. That just makes twanging sounds. That's just so cool. Where am I going? Because I like nice round numbers. I'm not a faith build, I'm just a strength build-ish thing. Creature. With dragon eyes. Okay, so... Question. How do I make these bolts? I need blood roses and thin beast bones. Okay. Bone peddler. We need, the bone peddler's, bell bearing. This thing melts people. You got a work? Wait, let's see. Yeah, it definitely does change things a little bit. But it doesn't change poise. Changes focus and vitality. It's an interesting thing. Hey! Do the children have bones? Anyone remember Torbeck? And it has absolutely nothing to do with human bones, but I think we should go toward the bright light. Been working on my Torbeck. I don't know about it. It hurts my throat. And not in a good way either. Oh. Just run. We're running. We're running and we're plotting. We're running and we're plotting. Oh, fluff. We're lost. Horrifying and hilarious. You'll have to return the favor. Well, it's already getting weird, so sure. We have a deal! Just the whole, we have a deal. Okay. ordered something a little while ago. You already here? He'll be approaching soon. So that's gotta be fun. Horrifying and hilarious. Right, item crafting. We're going to be making some flight pinions found by hunting birds. We need flight pinions? How can we get more flight pinions? You know what? I'm gonna research flight pinions. I don't want to have to farm all day for flight pinions. Eagles, guillemots, warhawks. Well, I guess we're going to be using my bow. Let's go. Church of Ella. Flight pinions. Don't slide off the cliff. Who knew that eagle hunting could be quite a dangerous occupation? Right, my order's here. I'm gonna have to pick it up really, really quickly. So, so yeah. Food time. Got food. It's all in this box? What the heck? Do I even say put this all in this box? Neat. Fascinating. How do I open this? Okay, so that's the back of the box. Oh, I guess we're ripping it then. There we go. Thin, delicate cardboard. Huh, that works. Nom. Nom 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 nom. Oh yes, I remember you. I remember these hunting grounds. I used to go here all the time for my four-toed foul feet. And now I'm just here for the flight pinions. Thankfully, we don't really need that many, so should be okay. Ah, don't shoot him. Oh, that was scary. I don't want to aim at him. Do we have a boss to fight? We've got a boss to fight. Boing. For I am a bard. Hello, I am a bard. Allow me to play you the song of my people.
A pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his time.
Whoa. I got... I got rocked. I got rocked. Radon really said, we will rock you. Okay, so, we want this. We want this. We want this. This might be the best that we can do. Ah, yes, the Radon flashbacks. Yes, indeed. You could call it the Radon PTSD. Or PTRD, post-traumatic Radon. We're gonna die a lot. We have a feeling. Yeah, we have a feeling. We're gonna die a lot. Have not played Elden Ring since I beat him. The final boss felt like paper after him, and I was just exhausted. Yeah, I'm deciding to do it by being paper. I'm wearing essentially paper armor going into this fight. I am quite literally walking into the lion's den. Oops.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his
You are the paper lord. The paper lady. Hey, it's the paper lady. Haha, blood proc. Hey, we got a blood proc. Fucking run! Uh-uh. Looking like his first fight with all those arrows in him. We no longer have arrows. I'm just realizing that. We quite literally... We no longer have stock.
Always a pleasure. Care to pat? Goodbye.
Ah, yes. Radon's biggest weakness. Arrows. And we still need to kill more birds. Honest to goodness, really loving the heart bow. It fits. Heck of a thing, the Tarnished's accuracy. Unfamiliar weapon? Doesn't matter. Unfamiliar territory? Doesn't matter. Gonna put an arrow. You're the Tarnished, and quite literally any Soulsborne, like, player character just goes, I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. You know what? We're gonna get another volley of flight pinions. And then we're gonna go looking for the blood roses. Because blood roses are really, really nice. I like blood roses. They're pretty and they make blood arrows, which is really lovely. And the reason that we are so vehement about getting these is because we want the distance. We want the distance between us and Radon and Mikola. Because we don't want him freaking grabbing us. Ugh. Bracing says it even has a sound that goes twing. Well, humor is subjective. But I agree, it is very funny. So why are you still here?
Ah, you claim to what?
Don't you just love stuff like that? Now let's craft for... Huh. Didn't know I could do that. Okay, so we've got current maximum. Go back to here. Maybe some different weapons would be a better idea. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. All I know is that I look fashionable. And we're gonna beat Radon while I'm looking like a freaking bard.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mo will have his dignity.
Plunk, plunk, plunk. Hey! Phase transition! I'll let this one play.
Lord brother. promised consort, Redragon.
Okay. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Dude! I said no! No means no! And I'll make you into a goddamn pincushion. I think that this one should have the, stomp. The cold stomp. Swap them around so that... Yep. This might be the best. 'Cause then Frost build-up, as well as Ansbach's normal build-up. And wield these in a little bit. The fire has more strength, and the frost has more dex and int. However, I believe that this setup could yield some pretty interesting results. I'm certain of it. Let's begin.
Pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have dignity.
blood proc. Oh gods. One swing and it was over. "68 hours to go, and I'm too lazy to farm for blood roses and flight pinions right now, so... might be just sheer melee. But we will have a harp on us. We will be a bard. The bard with the golden eyes. Barden.
A pleasure to see you. Those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mo will have
Oh no, he said it. Come on and slam. And welcome to the jam. Ah. Oh. And yes, I'm giving Radon more health by doing this. I know, I'm not making it easy on myself. What? I'm pretty sure that I dodged that. I'm pretty sure, but I guess not. We won't be able to assist his blood procs very soon. So we're just gonna have to focus on putting frost on him with our dual frost fire scimitars. Welcome back, Time Marshal. It's good to see you again. I should rename this stream, Hello, I am a bard. Hey, Adam J. Hang on a second, actually. I'm gonna do just that. We're being a little bit facetious right now. Now, if you refresh it, it will say, Hello, I am a bard. How am I not dead? You have a fight story that actually involves one of my videos? Huh. What about it? We might need to switch up our game a little bit if we want to beat him. Being a bard is one thing. Constantly getting ourselves flattened by Radon doesn't seem particularly fun. Unless it is fun for you. Is it fun for you to watch me get absolutely destroyed by Radon over and over and over again?
General Radon. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have his dignity.
Adam says it introduced me to the HDG setting, which I found very interesting. Interesting enough that I decided to show it to my partner as well, and they decided to read the original story last night. Don't worry, this is a safe for work story. Okay. Should I upgrade my armor?
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have his dignity.
Nice. Juliet! We need better armor, I'm sad to say. Adam says, so before I got to bed last night, I'm talking to them, and they made a couple comments/jokes about it, and they find it neat, but not especially enthralling or anything. I go to bed and they keep reading. The next morning I wake up and I ask them, hey, did you finish HTG? And they just respond with, which they often say when they're about to go on a ramble about something they really like. But in a moment of genius, I interject before they can say anything. I just say, wow, you're making a lot of weird noises. Maybe I should take you to the vet. Oh, that. Never say that. It's nice. That's it. We're going full bonk. Maybe not full bonk, but we're going relatively bonk. Ooh. Not sure. Wow, these are really quick. This is definitely gonna be an interesting thing, because I am not quite as used to being a knight against this.
General Redragon, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Ah! Icon! But... Yeah. That's not fair. I like this.
General Redragon, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
Juliet! Juliet! Oh my gosh. Oh, I probably could have done this shield too. Oh, that actually kind of fits it a bit more. It's the one I've upgraded, so it's the one I'll stick with for now.
A pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have them.
Phase transition saved us. Dragons. My Shadow Tree blessing is 20. I'm alive. Right, stay safe, Void Dweller. I wonder, if we went into this without Telia or Ansbach, just alone, how would we do? So, I'd say it's a little bit better. Great ball! So what does this armor do? Ah, following a roll or backstep, as well as dash attacks. Good armor, then. Especially seeing as we're dodging a lot. Huh? Okay, I'm dead anyway, so... heck of a roll catch. Nice bracing. If I have to, which powers you want from a Wisp from Sonic Colors? I don't really play any Sonic games, so I've absolutely no idea. I'm sorry. What? Maybe I ducked too early. Hey, Mary. I don't see a bard, I see a knight. Hello, I am a bard. Ah! I got booped. It's not fair. I got booped. Oh, jeez. Whoops. Icon, you're an icon. Nico's got the bucket head helm on. Yeah, you could look at me and say, "Hey, Buckethead!" And it would be an accurate descriptor. No, 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 you're gonna have to come to me. Thank you. That's not good. Haha! What? Oh. I lost the dance. Yeah, it's true, Wolfie. full 11 blasts, and my poor dodging meant I couldn't use any of them. Icon, I'm gonna disagree. Everyone here is cool, including you. You are Icon. And thus you are Icon. An icon. Our icon. Right, one more time. One more time. And we'll see if I've nailed it. I don't think I have. But we're gonna try it anyway. Jump, attack, dodge, dodge, can't dodge that, heal, dodge, 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 jump, attack, dodges, dodge, jump, attack, dodge, 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 jump, attack, dodge, 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 jump, attack, dodge, 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 jump, attack, dodge, bait left, dodge right, dodge, swing, dodge, jump, attack, dodge, dodge, block, counter, dodge, 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 dodge. So many dodges, you could call it a dodge. Yeah, so many dodges, you could call it a truck. Oops. Dodge away. Dodge into. 2 swings because we are crazy like that. Oh, gods, let me go!
Promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Ugh. Out of my head. Yeah, we got grabbed. We got the man grabbed. But that's enough time for this. Now I want to thank the stream sponsors. Because without my stream sponsors, let's just say I would be in a worse position than I otherwise would be. Also, if you go to basically about an hour ago, that's when I was dressing up as a bard. So that was when I was a bard last. But anyways, a big thank you to Zoot, Ariella, Nunberg, Fish Salad, Antari Akiyama, Sarha Smith, William Hale, Valkyr Tenno, Rylanor, Michael, Saline, Agantado, Wolfie Girl, totally not on drugs, Meltdown, the fan of a truly iconic Foxo, Galahad, Marisa Crissidisame, Benifer the Potato, Genetic Zero, William Coles, ZT Mackin, Songbird, Kyra, Void Dweller, Teeth5, Iceland Rose, Vibe, Morning Owlet, Branwyn, Dan Muffin Cat, Void, Chromic also known as Luna, Feathered Lily, Comic TF, Tarsies, Pixie Queen, Jessica, Amy Olgers, Robot Orange, Tiny Portal, Chloe, Beer the Space Switch, Ellipses, CM Fireflies, Ghost48, Joanna, Indigo, Sky, Danny Bobani, Banana Bus Boat, TGSTGA, Beatrice Violet, Rochelle B. the Partly Normal Limited, Liliana Sacrovia, Cutie Patootie, Lantern Warrior, Breedable Vaporeon, Eden, Nick Shepard, Artemis Flake, Captain Aardvark 986, Archdemon Chrissy, Renee Collins, Zentrica, L. Brown, Lily Adams, The Lombacks, Archibald, Blue Goo, Danger Mittens, Alice, Cowlick92, Nova the Artist, Prophecy Fulfilled, Tara Bell, DFA Plays, Robot Waifu, and Blood Moth. Thank you. Thank you so very much for all of your support. It truly means the universe to me. Anyways, if you too wish to have your name said at the end of streams, then click the link in the description down below and access my Patreon. Patrons gain access to early access content as well as content that won't be featured on YouTube for one reason or another. But thank you so very much again. All that just about does it. Make sure you drink some water, get some good food in your system, and survive. Stay safe out there. Surviving is winning. And I'll see you tomorrow then. Bye-bye.